Poop. Hi. Hello. Up. Voop. Right, back to full height we go. Hello, Kendrick, Asahi, Luminous Wings, Game Grimoire. Hello. Hello. Excuse me. Hi. Hello, sleepy. Thank you, Asahi. I'm a little bit tired, actually. Grim says, just playing orange juice. Playing orange juice? Is that a game? Ah. It is. Been listening to your favorite podcast again? Called Welcome to Night Vale? Oh, I see luminous wings. Ugh. Whew. Sorry I'm all out of sorts. Today is gonna be a long day. I feel it. Welcome. Whew, and a bit hungry too. Thinking about getting some chicken in the form of a chicken sandwich. I like chicken. Chicken's good. And fish when it's well prepared. I'm glad you like chicken too, Luminous Wings. Bloop. Oh my gosh, I'm yawning so much. Oh. Bracing. Gro says fish is nice too. Also, nobody tell the sirens though. Yep. What did you think of Queen of the Sea? Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. I decided to release it direct to YouTube instead of making it a Patreon early access like Royal Arms. Bracing says, also, quick question for Cutiefox in chat. Anyone knows how to get seeing stars and kick them when they're down? Feet in Transformers Revenge of the Fallen Wii game? If not, that's okay. I've absolutely no idea. I've not played many Wii games. Bracing says I'm supposed to schedule the Transformers 2 game today. Luminous says, not sure. Grim says, it was alright. As I said in the previous stream, I like body horror, ESC stuff. Oh, etc. Luminous says, only Transformers games are played are for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron. Bracing says, that's alright, I'll find a way. Right, I'm gonna check something really quickly because I said that I would do something yesterday and then completely forgot because I was focused on doing too much at once. Also, I was expecting Queen of the Sea to be about 15 minutes long, so I had absolutely no idea that it would, like, end up nearly 20 minutes long. Oh, I should probably change that because... Oh, welcome, Queen of Spades. Very interesting name. But yeah, Cutiebot is not gonna be a part of the channel. Well, not part of the channel, but part of this particular stream. So I'm just going to boop. I'm gonna leave her link down in the description below for my streams going forward though, because I kinda wanna do that. bloop. Boop, 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 boop. Blah, 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 da, 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da da da. Ba da da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da da da. Ba da. Ba da da da. Ba da da. Ba da da. Ba da da. Queen says, I would have done the name Aquamarine Evening Star due to it being my OC name, but I decided her code name was more fun. Ty says, just hope Cutie Bat's doing okay. Honest to goodness, probably not the best. Due to a bunch of personal circumstances. I believe right now she's asleep. Mary says, you really like how my daughter would be, Nico. Get super focused on stuff and forget to do things too. Thank you so very much, Asahi. Hello, Lore. Nick says, I'm very sleepy as I wanted to sleep till 8, but my mother woke me up at 6. Oh, Asahi, I'm terribly sorry to break that to you, but she's probably not going to be getting better. It's something that she's been dealing with for a long, long time now. It's something that we've been trying to get the doctors to really believe us about, and they don't believe her, and it's frustrating. I went down a rabbit hole for a second. Oh yeah, I'm going to share something that my doctors once told her. Pain meds aren't for pain. Direct quote. If you're feeling frustrated, angry, confused, you're not alone. We all felt the same mixture of emotions when we first heard those words, even if we heard them at different times. Oh, hey, Tree Master. Welcome. Oh, your father was told the same? Hi, Aesthetic Wasteland. Game says pain meds aren't made for pain. I guess with that logic, train stations aren't where trains are to be located. It's not where... Yeah, bus stops aren't where you find the bus. Grocery stores aren't where you buy your groceries. Luminous says, why call them that then? Why call doctors doctors if they won't treat people? Oh, have you done your physical therapy? That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Trying to train muscles when someone's bones are dissolving. Yeah, the things don't equate. I apologize. I get very frustrated about that. Oh, Lady Moldoma, I'm terribly sorry I didn't see you there. Thank you so very much, Queen. Also, Queen, if I could, like, gently ask if there is a better codename that your character could be using, because, I don't think you quite understand what you're getting into with this particular nickname you've chosen. I've poked around the internet for a bit too long and have discovered a couple of things, so perhaps another suit would be to your taste? Perhaps diamonds? Lady says it's okay. I like to think my ability to fly under the radar will be useful someday. Grim says, oh. Yeah, when you're dealing with a medical system that is routinely, not believing patients when they're coming to others with problems. Well, like, when the patients are coming to them with problems, there's a routine problem of not getting a good diagnosis, of not being believed, of suddenly paperwork going missing, of other stuff. Bracing says, some doctors aren't just cut out for it when they only care about money, but there are also a few who are cut out for it when it comes to caring about people rather than money. It isn't even about the doctors. It's not about the doctors and money. It's about the doctors and, in a lot of cases, bigotry, in a lot of cases, misogyny. Medical misogynism is a very real thing that affects a lot of people. There is a wide disparity of people who get a wide disparity of results on a display of varied symptoms. Men are far more likely to get recommended strong painkillers, whereas women are just sort of like handed ibuprofen and stuff like that and expected to walk it off. Also, Queen, to answer your question in the most subtle way that I can for YouTube's sake, it's a pornographic term. It's a very specific pornographic term. Laura says, doctors have treated me 10 times worse and have stopped listening to me when I transitioned. They listened to me more when I was an 11-year-old boy than an adult woman. Yeah. Bracing says, well, they should get better doctors or get better schools that teach us biology class. Grim says, doctors really expect people to just tank stuff. Ty says, Cutiefox, is there anything we can do for you? Well, I'm a little bit tired and a bit hungry, so I might pop out. Aquamarine, it's all good. It's all good. I have done a lot of things that were incredibly funny in hindsight, but also incredibly inappropriate because I just lacked context. And honest to goodness, the original name that you used would be fine if it wasn't, like, co-opted for pornography. And beyond that, it's YouTube we're talking about. If we talk too much about the subject, there's the liability of the stream being pulled, of me being pulled, etc. It's not, Luminous Wings, it's not just the whole medical system, it's the insurance system. That's the linchpin in all of this. Because it's not just about doctors being quote-unquote greedy, it's about insurance and insurance coverages. Mary says, I wasn't aware of that. What I know about the card suit of the spade is that it was associated with death for some reason. From what I have done about preliminary research onto the subject of the card's meaning itself, it can also mean a strong, confident woman, which I mean, considering the other term that I have come to learn about is a little bit on the nose. But it has also become a bit of a specific term in regards to, gosh, what's the words for this? Racially defined pornography? In colloquial terms, a queen of spades is a white woman that primarily seeks black lovers. Oh, the stream lagged a little bit on my end, and I was worried for a second that I had strayed too close to the sun and the YouTube gods were punishing me for my arrogance. Lemona says, or you two could just pull you anyway for no reason other than they felt like it. That too, yeah. When I had the demonetization scare, it really, really scared the pants off of me. Aquamarine says, you're a very kind person. I've seen the darkest side of people and my parents have the trouble with insurance too. Grim says serve link trying to snipe you right now. Actually, it's not spelled surf link. It's that term right there. Nick says, yesterday I got a lesbian pride fan. Oh, excellent. Aquamarine says, your streams and channel have helped me through some dark moments. Mental health ain't easy, but I'm gonna outlive my enemies. I'm glad to hear it. Grim says, at this rate, I'm gonna end up spelling it in every other way before I get it right for Shiloh. It's okay, Grim. Nick says, it's going to have a lot of use in the upcoming days because Pete. Ty says, well, tomorrow's gonna be an emotional day, but that's not important. Aquamarine says, what's your favorite fantasy creature? Mine is a dragon. Oh, dragon's a good choice. Thank you so very much, Demon Fox Akira. Super chat Saturday for the cutest Cutiefox. I'm not the cutest, I'm just cute. Laura says, dragon. Nick says, he's also massive. Lemona says, vampires for me. Asahi says, hi Akira-san. Welcome, Demon Fox Akira. It's so very good to see you. Do you have today off? If that's the case, then hi. It's okay, I nearly slept in a bit too, hence why I was yawning at the start of the stream. And I kinda forewent breakfast a little bit, so I might need to pop out a little bit and go hunting for a chicken sandwich. Grim says, devour food. Ty says it's football related because that's why I says nothing important because I know most people don't like football. I am also one of those that don't particularly care about football. I don't like when people stand up and start yelling at the TV screen regarding it. Consume sustenance, says Nyx. Luminous says I don't really care for it either. Bracing says dragons, werewolves, Lamia/Nagas, and maybe vampires are my favorite. An excellent collection. For me, fantasy creatures definitely include angels, demons, yeah, dragons, foxes, like, anthropomorphized foxes. Werewolves are a good one. Lamias, and definitely vampires. Cutiefox Akira says, hi everyone. Yeah, got the day off, then tomorrow, then 3 days, and I'm done. Aquamarine says, wanna know the origin for my OC? She was originally Kitsune Dragon Hybrid. Came up with my own dragon type a bit later. Got sensitive sensory, so I don't like yelling much sometimes. Well, Luminous says, I like ice hockey though. I usually go to a match once a year with my family. Well, I see. Aesthetic says, mermaids. Lore says, dragons are the best. Everyone vote dragon. I'm named after a siren, because I also really like sirens. Ty says, Luminous, favorite NHL team. Sai says, I like yokai creature. Nick says, werewolves, dragons, and the chimera. Direwolves, so I don't know if they count. Grim says, vampires, elves, and eldritch abominations sell to me. Kira says, now I get to see my beloved sisters in a month, and we're looking forward to seeing you too, Akira. We've been missing you for so long. Asai says, my favorite ones is a kitsune girl. Mary says, succubi, kitsune, dragons, werewolves, Lamia/Naga, and unicorns. Lady Moldoma says, I'm probably gonna step out. I like listening to your voice, but I feel weird about going to live stuff. Recently changed my meds, so I probably shouldn't be doing stuff that makes me feel like that. Well, I see. I'm sorry, Lady Moldoma. You get some good rest, okay? Aesthetic says, do you ever think some creatures may have existed at some point? In reality, perhaps not. It's fun to write about them in fiction, but I don't believe that they actually exist. Ty says, well, tomorrow is not only the last game of the Premier League season, is Jurgen Klopp final match as Liverpool manager. Gonna miss him. Lore says, see you on Moldoma. Hope you have a good day. Leona says, don't think they're in it, but the team I like most are the Belfast Giants. Be sure to rest well after stream. Mary says, maybe in a past incarnation of our universe they did. Maybe. I, honest to goodness, have nothing to say regarding that, in a scientific sense. Since I have absolutely no idea if there even was like a past incarnation of our universe, then I have absolutely nothing to say unless we've, finally discovered a window into the very, very distant past. Lore says, I like dragons a lot, so I'm going to say they were real or else I will cry. I'm sorry, Lore. Oh, nice. I wonder if they'll get Matt Pat to return for it. Probably not. He was probably just gonna be like a one-off for the first movie, but it would be funny if they brought him back again. And maybe one of the things that he would say in the sequel would be, "I always come back." Krim says that would be perfect. Anyways, I'm gonna pop out for the briefest of moments to get a little bit of a snack in my system. I will be right back. Nick says, just having Matt saying the wackiest of lines, perhaps. Ty says, yes, the second movie is happening, and I did hear Matthew, Lillard is returning? Kara says, personally I think there may be cryptids and stuff like that, just open to the idea since the areas I've lived in have their own boogeymen. Laura says, love cryptids. Kara says, especially the nearby Superstition Mountains. Laura says, Mothman and me are best friends. I related more to Mothman growing up than a lot of like traditional media, so I have a weird thing about loving you and totally saying about. She exists. Akira, it's not fun to tease when I'm in the middle of munching. Mary says, I had another dream about a succubus in my room last night. I swear I actually felt a presence during the whole night too. It was odd. Interesting. Next says, still can't get over the fact that my fan is massive. It's larger than my steering wheel. Have I just been quiet this whole time? My goodness. Welcome, Cosmic Firestorm. Hi. Hi, Ty. Hi, Bracing. Hi, Nyx. Hi, Avatar. It's been months since I've seen any of your streams on your channel. I just wondered how you're doing today, but are you just relaxing while talking to us, your chat? Yep, I do this a lot. But I also, like, play games that are on the 2-hour mark as well. On the itinerary is either Dead by Daylight or Dark Souls 3. Thank you so very much, Cosmic Firestorm. Whoa. Potential Dark Souls 3, woo! Mary says freaking avocados. I keep getting ads for bloody avocados. Guacamole upsets my stomach. I'm so sorry, Mary. Nick says most likely gonna get my hair cut today because it's long and it's hot. Welcome, Swords Are Soft. Hi. Hi. Good to see you. Kira says they go great in California rolls, though. They're unnecessarily loud ads too. I'm sorry. Asahi says, by the way, which game world would you prefer to live in? Dead by Daylight or Elden Ring? Oh my gosh, you are... Oh my gosh, that is quite the dilemma that you've given me. If I must choose one of these two worlds to live in, like, is there any chance that I could return home, or is there any chance that I can, like, have... Gosh. It's like, do I have access to magic? What... Oh my gosh. Asahi says you can go home whenever you want. Okay. With the assurance that I can go home wherever I want. Sorry, whenever I want. Just like with that assurance, and it's just like my real home. Not just like a copy of my home, but just like my real home. So it's not a copy that's made by anything, it is just my real home. I get to be amongst people, I am alright. So at any point during the trials, I can say, I'm going home, and I would be home. Okay. Okay, so... There's no guarantee that I would survive Elden Ring. But there's actual, like, lore inside Dead by Daylight that says death is not an escape. So even if I do die in Dead by Daylight, I would survive in some capacity. Basically, what I'm saying is I would definitely much rather spend my days either chasing after survivors or being a survivor myself, and eventually just go home. I can be a hunter too in Dead by Daylight? Are you basically saying that I get a choice to be a killer? Because I was thinking about just being like myself and I automatically put myself into the survivor's role. But being a unique killer would be a very interesting experience. Akira says, but don't you keep respawning in Elden Ring? True. But there are so many horrible ways to go in Elden Ring. And I, for one, don't want to experience being boiled in acid, contracting scarlet rot, being poisoned, being afflicted with instant death, which is incredibly painful in that world. I don't want to be afflicted with any number of the afflictions. I don't want to run across madness at all because that shit hurts. I don't want to encounter the two fingers because that's some cosmic madness I don't want to deal with. Hey, Tiny Portal. Hey, Lore, what do you mean that tracks for you? Avatar says, and Cutiefox, did you eat anything during or before your relaxing stream in the past minutes? Because I'm curious what you've eaten since I'm having French toast and coffee while I watch. Huh. I'm having a chicken sandwich. Avatar says, well, that would be a killer that I made up called the Ripper. Okay. So is that gotta be like a Jack the Ripper inspired sort of deal? Because me, I would basically just be a killer kitsune. The kitsune. I remember when I first played Blight, that was a very easy 4K and I got so much salt for it. Tiny says, can I assume that the conversation was what you would be as a DVD killer? Actually, the question would be if I would rather be in Elden Ring or Dead by Daylight. I chose Dead by Daylight because at any point I could just choose to go home, and the entity would just let me go. The hall has been rented. The orchestra is tuned. Now, my dear, it is time to see if you can dance. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Thank you. A taco is legally considered a sandwich? Interesting. Is a taco a sandwich? No, yes, well, depends on the law. My goodness. Yeah, Taco John's is gonna become a sandwich shop. Aesthetic Wasteland says, Your Honor, my client was attacked by not just a taco, but a sandwich. Grim says, Taco Patch Notes. Taco is now a sandwich. Taco side grade win for TF2. We need to give Demoman a Glock and we need to give Heavy a taco. We need to give Heavy a taco. We need to... Gosh, what would be a good one? Well, we do know that Medic has a couple of Doctor Who related, cosmetic items. Yeah, Medic has Doctor Who cosmetics. Got a bow tie, because bow ties are cool. Bow ties. Ah, cool. Taco? Taco. Taco. Oh my gosh. I've never been so mad at a pronunciation before. Taco. My goodness. The British have no license to criticize us about our pronunciations again. Taco. My goodness gracious. I am disappointed. Yeah, the Dr. Woe is a bow tie for, both medic and spy. And it's a community-created cosmetic item. Akira says, they were on vacation. I was trying not to laugh or to risk joking on my own. We are not pronouncing it that way. It is taco. It is taco. Taco. My goodness gracious. Lore says, okay, time to go down this rabbit hole of Doctor Who items in TF2. Yeah, I'm looking for more. Doctor Woe's the only one I can find. I also know that there's a Fez. I don't know if it's like Doctor Who specific, but I know that there's a Fez. Because, yeah, the 11th Doctor, he wore a Fez, and it was cool. Apparently the 11th Doctor ordered a Fez, and it took so long to reach the TARDIS that 2 Doctors had gone by. Yeah, Lore says, you'd think with the time machine you just get better shipping times. Yeah, you'd think. Grim says, dang, how slow was Walmart on that delivery? Mary says, I have some exotic sapphic romance ideas. A lot of them, as it turns out. I have a lot too. Some of which I have acted on in impulse, as Lore might be able to describe, and maybe Swords Are Soft is able to describe in even more detail. Yeah, pretty much all of my videos are just incredibly sapphic ideas. Bet Lust does, remembers what Sloth said. Woof. Mary says, uh-oh, I feel like I should be worried. Oh, you shouldn't be worried. Too terribly much. Oop. Arm's going crazy. Excuse me. Those arms are meant for waving. Thank you, Lavinus. Akira says, bless you, allergies. Maybe. Thanks, Avatar. Laura says, yes, she has really good sapphic ideas. She teased me with them all the time. Mary says, deadpan stare. Gee, I hadn't noticed how overwhelmingly sapphic your ideas are, Nico. Yeah, I earned that. Akira says they get spicy. Yeah, hope to return to the spice sometime in the future, now that I've done like a lot of research into the audio editing program that I've done. Mary. Tiny says, didn't know what that meant, but yeah, it seems pretty accurate given your channel. Thank you so very much, Bracing. Mary Dick problems, dear? Akira says, well, you're not eating anymore, so teasing is fair game. Yeah, I really enjoy sharing and brainstorming all of the little... What's the word I'm looking for here? All of the the sapphic teases that I do. Thank you so very much, Lore. I really do my best. Kira says, probably might pay for that later IRL, but worth it. But yeah, my gosh, my current partner in crime and I... Gosh, they're absolutely wonderful. Sorry, I had to stop in quiet reverie for a little bit because I'm looking over at my Discord for a second and just looking at my current partner and I'm going, I'm so bloody lucky. How am I so bloody lucky? Oh my gosh. Lumina says, I have some nice Pepsi right now. Oh, excellent. Avatar says, I'm a Coke person. Bracing says, and now I'm anxious. I got 2 gaming videos to upload and got no clue how to get 2 achievements from the game I asked about. I couldn't resist. I had to give them a poke. I had to give them a poke because they're absolutely wonderful. Avatar says, what are you typing? Oh, just a message. To the partner in crime that I spend most of my time with. Shenanza, welcome. Yeah? Oh, stay safe out there. Love you. Love you too. Chat says hi. Hi. Love you all. Remember to super chat often. Ah! Yeah. Mom! That was Bear Waifu and After Dark VA going by. They're going upstairs as we speak. Hi, says chat. Oh, jeez. My squeaking sounds slightly off. Super chat by order of Mama. Oh no. Oh, I guess this is where we are now. Tiny says, that was more of something rubbing against glass. Still cute though. Akira says, you kinda recently woke up. Let the Squeak 4 warm up. Avatar says, sounded like a flute to me. Bracing says, and I wish I could super chat, but I'm on a budget. Completely understood. Please don't super chat if you're on a budget. You need that money. Welcome back so fast.
Part 1 is here. Love you.
Love you too, Mama. Stay safe.
Oh,
Chat gives you their love.
love them too.
They're absolutely wonderful. Thank you so very much, Lore. Oh, welcome back again.
You know what I forgot?
What'd you forget?
My cane.
Understood. Well, when you come by again, why don't you stick around just a hair? Mary says that was saccharine, Nico. Hey, hey. Oh, thank you so very much, Demon Fox Akira.
Hey. Thank you.
See?
Yes, I present a super chat as a token of thanks for your adorableness, your sweetness, and your awesome stories. And the squeaks, yes. The best squeaks.
Mom!
I have the best and most adorable daughter in the world. And she's blushing as red as her hair.
Mom!
You're welcome.
I
Okay, we gotta go so we get back.
love you, Mom. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That just made me smile so much. Oh my gosh. I really am smiling so much right now. Oh my gosh. I'm honored to be her daughter so much. Mm. I'm not that cute. I'm seductive. I can be bloody seductive. I can. So hurts. Bracing says, also I blush very red when my master gives me attention, so you're not alone, Cutiefox. Lol. Nuzzle. Thank you so very much. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. am very blushy. Played a bunch of VR chat last night, and I kind of went for such a long time that I ended it rather hungry and stuff, and incredibly sleepy because I went a little bit past my bedtime. But honest to goodness, it was so worth it. It was so worth it. I think I'm slowly getting back into the hypno scene again. The hypno scene faded out a little bit for me, and now it's coming back in, and I think I might actually be like a VR chat hypnotist. Just, you know, that's just as long as it's with people who know and consent to ethical practices. Thanks, Mary. Hi, Marshall. Floor says, oh, that's really fun. It's cool you're getting more into the scene. Mary says, by the way, Finanza, boop. Kara says that was so wholesome. Really helped make my morning. Kara, we miss you. Come on. Huggles. Huggles for all. Well, you can turn down a hug if hugging isn't your style. If people hugging you makes you uncomfortable, don't submit yourself to a hug. Oh, I look forward to it, big sister Akira. I look forward to it. Hugs are very, very nice. I really, really like hugs. Basically, if it's someone that I trust and they just hug me out of the blue, I love it instantly. Yeah, unless it's like a very specific set of circumstances, I will like hugs. Most of the time, I love hugs. It's only if it's like someone whom I don't know who tries to like touch me without my consent just sort of icks me out. Does that make any sense? It sounds weird. The turns have tabled. So Joseph says, hugs are very, very nice. Yep. Cutiefox Akira says, I'll just marvel of how much cuter you've grown since I last saw you. Or says, I want to hug people and just hold them for like 2 minutes sometimes. Luminous says, yeah. Laura says, yeah, no, that makes total sense. Asai says, love dogs, you need good son. Akira says, Big Sis is proud. Dankeschön, Dada. Dankeschön. Danke. Danke wel. Danke. Tiny says, now instead of the fox and the bat, it's the fox and the legion of cult members arguing over who's cute. What if aliens are real, and they lived 1 trillion years, and they've watched every single one of us since birth? What if aliens exist as an endless consciousness, and for fun they watch a TV show called Earth? And there's a bunch of different storylines, the moral isn't clear, and it feels like the writing's gone downhill in the last year. And everyone's a hero painted in the proper light, and the show's in multicolor, though it acts so black and white. In its 100 million season, for what it's worth, a TV show called Earth. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. I love the song too, Grimoire. Yeah, the song isn't something that I came up with. It was something someone else came up with. I'm actually looking up on Spotify who sang that song. Philip Labes. Thank you so very much, Luminous Wings. It really does mean a lot to me. Tiny Portal says, your mouth was just moving with no sound but music. Are we trying to rally the troops? That just reminds me of Les Miserables. So, do we want to rally the troops? Because I got a song for rallying the troops. All right. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you join in our crusade? Who will be strong and stand with me? Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Then join in the fight that will give you the right to be free. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you give all you can give so that our banner may advance? Some will fall and some will live. Will you stand up and take your chance? The blood of the martyrs will water the meadows of France. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Gosh, that actually does, like, remind me of, like, a phrase that a general might say. Like the Yandere general might have said at the beginning of, a skirmish. Rally, brace, fight! Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Akira. It is from Liz Miss Alice. It is called Do You Hear the People Sing? And it's one that has inspired me a couple of times. I also know another one that is a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Lighthearted? Oh, be right back. See you later, Laura. Yeah, it is, attached to the French Revolution. Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, laughing back and forth at what the other has to say. Reminiscing this and that and having such a good time. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Never ever thinking there was danger in the water they were drinking, they just guzzle it down. Never dreaming that his scheming sheriff and his posse was a-watching them and gathering around. Robin Hood and Little John running through the forest, jumping fences, dodging trees and trying to get away. Contemplating nothing but escape and finally making it. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Oodalali, golly, what a day. Oh gosh, I love singing like this. It's been an age since I've just devoted my time to singing. An old-timey folk singer who sang it like it is, or how it was, or whatever. For some reason, the opening of Robin Hood just kind of stuck with me. Winter Light from Secret Garden? I remember it, I believe. I used to watch that movie. Oh, the big ornate key. I don't have a beautiful voice or the practice enough to sing the song, but I remember it. Source of Stuff says Robin Hood? Yep, it's Disney's Robin Hood. It's the one with Robin Hood as the fox. Mary says Maid Marian from that movie is one reason I am super furry. Fair enough. You never watched it? We should watch it together at some point if we can. Yeah. 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 Ay. No, not the filler man. I'm glad that Kid Grimoire got the reference. Awaken my masters. Mary says, she also gave me a thing for Fox Girls. Sorry, Renamon. Sorry, Crystal. You weren't my first. It's all good. It's all good. Maid Marian is a good one. And I think it's perhaps one that cemented my fascination with foxes. Woohoo! Yeah, give me some time to practice with a film version of 2 minutes notice. Oh, now I have to sing something from Hazbin Hotel. That fucker is back! Yeah, I thought he was gone for good too. It's been 7 years. You're still pissed he almost beat you that time. Fuck you. Just saying. Things have changed since he left town, that's for sure. Gotta send a message of who's really in charge of things now. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on. Top of the hour, and we're discussing a certain has-been who has been spotted cavorting around town after a 7-year absence. Today may missing day, but you notice more on tonight's program. So, the radio demon is back in town. Why is he hanging around? Well, what's that mean for your family? Well, Handley, I've got good news. He's a loser, a fossil, and I don't mean to sound hostile, but the demon is a coward. You can take that as gospel. Pulling my viewers impossible. I'm visually he's barely audible. Stop giving him the time of day. Don't listen to a word he'd say. I'll be had a nice vacay, but he should have stayed away. While he hid in radio, we pivoted to video. Now his medium is getting bloody rare. Hell's been better since he split. Where's he been? Who gives a shit? Salutations, good to be back on the air. Yes, I know it's been a while since someone with style treated hell to a broadcast sinister choice. What a dated voice. Instead of a club-chasing mediocre video podcast. Is Fox insecure, pursuing allure, flitting between this fat and that's nothing working? Ignore his chirping. Every day's got a new format. You're looking at the future. He's the shit that comes before that. Is Fox as strong as he purports, or is it based on his support? He'd be powerless without the other V's. Oh, please. And here's the sugar on the cream. He asked me to join his team. I said no, and now he's pissy. That's the tea. You old-timey prick. I'll show you suffering. Uh-oh, the TV is buffering. I'll destroy you. I'm afraid you've lost your signal. Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Tune on in when I'm done. Your status quo will know its race is run. Oh, this will be fun. Fuck. I certainly know that with a bit more prep time and a lot of editing, I could definitely get it down with it sounding a bit better. Thank you so very much. Mary says that foundation, undeniably. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Grim says, come to think of it, it's been forever minus this is the thanks I get since we've gotten a Disney villain song. Mary says, Foxos must be booped. Kira says, if we could find a separate channel for you to do covers, would you want to do it? Yes. Yes. Noel says, what did I join into? Apparently karaoke. I really enjoy singing, and I think that I'm doing a relatively okay job. Thank you so very much, Lore. Tiny Pearl says it's been a while, minus Magnifico, where I gotten a villain at all. Noel says, oh, neat. Lore says, you're doing really amazing. Thank you. Kira says, you're getting better and better. Most of what I think is basically just confidence and the fact that I have to really get into the idea of just getting it out and not stopping when I falter slightly. Thank you so very much, Luminous. Let me see. I want to sing something just a hair calmer. It's one that I've sung before, but it's really good practice for me. You cannot be giving up yet, for your tale is not through. The future of our fair kingdom will rely upon you. You cannot afford to fall here, there is much yet to do. Be filled with determination and confront life anew. You were born to change our future, though for good or ill I do not know. But you cannot just dismiss your impact on our lives down below. You can be this kingdom's savior, or just choose to burn it to the ground. And yet none of that will ever happen if you choose to stay down. Can see me doing all that jazz? I don't think I've ever heard of all that jazz. It's from Chicago. There's not enough cheese. It's under the sauce. It's not enough cheese. It's under the sauce. I just had a bit of a thought going back to Heather the Musical. I've only heard a couple of parts from it, and I think that's like one of the more famous parts of it, but that part where the guy's like banging on the door and begging Veronica to let him inside, which is kind of very yandere. Source Yourself says meant to be yours. Yep, I believe that's it. Veronica, Veronica, open the door, please. Veronica, open the door. Veronica, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Come on, you're scared. I've been there. I can set you free. And that's basically just like the stuff that I memorized off the top of my head. Oh, Akira says, basically Roxy, one of the main characters, murks a dude she was cheating on her husband with because the boy toy lied to her. Hubby takes the dive at first when the cops arrive, but then turns on her. So Joseph says it's a good musical. Yeah. Lemon says, don't see anything wrong. If you like those audios, then you like them well. Or says impressive. Sly says, by the way, what do you all think about if someone manipulates you to go into a relationship that you don't ready? I believe that if someone's manipulating you to go into a relationship and you're not ready for it, that you should basically try your best to politely decline, and if they push the issue, just block them. Bracing says, wonderful singing, thank you. Grim says, I mean, if the power of music isn't going to defeat this yandere, I don't know what will. What if the yandere wields the power of music? Have you thought of that? What if the yandere uses the power of song? Yonder of song. Bracing says, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make gaming videos for a while. Okay. Swords of Soft says, Yandere pulls out a harp. My turn. Grim says, then it's time for a tune duel. This here town ain't big enough for the both of us. I don't know why I started sounding like Abe from Abe's Odyssey, but here we are. We gotta paddle faster. Why is that? I'm starting to hear banjos. Mary says, I did just now. You fools, you've given Nico too much power. Tiny Pearl says, roundtable rivalry intensifies. Grim says, I like to imagine this is how rap battles were invented. I believe so. Mary says, now she'll conquer the world with song. I could try singing Hey Little Songbird now that I'm a little bit more confident, but I want to get some tea brewing for that. Here, I'll brew some tea really quickly for about 5 minutes and come back and sing that for you. How does that sound? I'll be right back then. And remember to behave while I'm gone. Alright, sweetie. Thank you. Apologies, I am returned. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Hello, hello. Hello, governor. Still way too hot for me to actually drink. I brewed it too well. Thank you so very much, Time Marshal. Sorter Stuff says, I totally didn't try to start a riot while you were gone. Please don't try to start riots while I'm gone. Also, trying a new sort of vocal technique, can you tell? Want to see what do you guys think of it? Also, sorry like if it sounds like there's something in my mouth. There really isn't. Yeah, other than my teeth. Estrogen take... Oh, gosh. Give me just a moment. Yeah, I need to add dematerialization video effects like in Star Trek to VC Face so that when I have to vanish for whatever reason, I can just hit the button and I vanish instantly. That was just me freezing time for a moment. Oh, swords. Did you try to burn things down while I was gone? Without me? Shame. Akira, Luminous Wings, Lore, Ashiv. Swords are soft. See, a thing that did happen like a couple of days ago that does sort of like affect me in a slightly major way is the fact that my crown is damaged and had to be removed. So yeah, I just have a space in my mouth where a tooth used to be, but it's just basically just a place. Oh, the pain is there. Grim says, I just came back and I come back to what I can only imagine is war. Mary says, that was excellent timing, Nico. You popped back in before I could finish my sentence, and it's almost like it was planned. Sargento says, I hope it gets fixed soon. Yeah, believe it or not, it's the one thing that is not covered by insurance. Crown replacement and root canal replacement are not covered. So I have to pay out of pocket for it. Insurance does suck. Hey, Kennedy. Hello? 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 Hi, William. Hi, Asahi. But yeah, all these institutions, they do affect people. They affect real people, and they affect people like me, too. $2 a super chat to help with dental. We're on the way. A sister, you don't have to. Sarchesov says insurance here sucks. Yep. From what yeah, Soft and I live in the same state. Not gonna divulge their location in any respect, but we live in the same state, and thus we know exactly what insurance is like here. Graham says insurance in the medical industry collab to avoid taxes, last I checked at least. Asahi says, really want to help you, but sadly I can't help you at all. It's okay. You help by simply watching. Ashif says, I wouldn't know. I live in Canada. We have our own problems. Mary says, it's crap. Full stop. Akira says, I know how much dental stuff can be pricey even with insurance. Yeah, believe it or not, I used to actually be on my Bloodfather's insurance when I was still in Southern Cali. However, that all changed when I moved, so I basically had to drop everything. If that's any more of an indicator that I really did, like, put some serious thought into this move and decided that this was the better alternative in the long run, then yeah, that says a lot. Asahi says, this makes me want to give you a home in other place that's safe for you. Akira says, problem is that you have to keep up the dog and pony show or boss rips it out from you. But you're a free as a bird now. Yep. Nell says, you just reminded me I've also got to get my wisdom teeth removed. Yep. Aisha says, like the multi-month wait time for basically anything, or the fact that most of our doctors go to the United States because it pays better. Laura says, I don't have wisdom teeth. I was born genetically superior. I was born without a wisdom tooth. Also, we don't do the whole genetically superior bit here. Laura says, yeah, I regretted my phrasing immediately. Don't worry, it's all good. It's all good. Akira says, I had all mine pulled when I was 18. Who, if I remember having the shake diet and having frozen pea bags against my cheek, looking like a pufferfish for a bit. It's all good. Asahi says, I'm so sorry that I can't do, that. I feel like I'm a fail. You're helping. You're helping. Knock it off. Sorja says, I still have mine. Terrified to get them out. I completely understand that. Laura says, dentists are spooky. Anyways, I promised that I would sing soon, and the second I can take this tea with my medication, I will. I have to sip it at first. But at least I think I can drink it now. Thank you so very much, Laura. Sorja says, don't burn your tongue. I don't know, I kind of prefer this without honey. Just tastes a bit better. Thank you so very much, Akira. Ashiv says, getting my wisdom teeth removed, showed me I shouldn't drink. I'm apparently just awful after coming out of anesthesia, so drinking is probably a bad idea. My big sister has had to do more than 15 surgeries. I have not had to go under once. Welcome, Lee. Hi. Hi. Eshif says, not much of a loss. I wasn't really interested in drinking to begin with. Lore says, I've never been under for surgery. Akira says, bad is real tough. Yep, agreed. Mary says, all the surgeries I've had to deal with in the last 10 years, I'm glad I'm so resilient. Null says, I haven't either. Pray for me, lol. Luminous says, don't drink at all. Me either. I don't really drink at all. Drinks tea. Grim says, never been through surgery. God only knows what that's like. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Shiv. Did my audio really just die for a second? Because if so, I apologize. Hi. Hello. Hmm. Akira says, let's just say there's a reason they tell you to wear flip-flops and shower shoes when you walk around in a gym locker room. Grim says, I remember reading a thing in Internal Organs and how they will put themselves back in their original places, which is why people feel weird after surgery. Mary says, teeth pulled, surgery for my broken leg and my bowel obstruction. Think Luna, I bounced back so quickly. Asha says, it could be my connection isn't the greatest right now. Akira says, that was the oversight that saw me in my last surgery, but it's fine me now. Grim says, worst I ever had was the time I needed to get my right eye fixed after it made contact with the corner of a box while I fell off a sofa. I'm so sorry, Grim. Laura says, luckily I'm relatively healthy physically, so as long as I work out and don't do anything stupid, there's an 80% chance I'll be fine. Nell says, I'm starting to realize how lucky I am after hearing the various reasons people were in surgery. Yeah. Thinking about all of the surgeries that I'm perhaps going to be going into in my life. Because I do want to get SRS at some point. Oh, I see. Grim says SRS? Sexual reassignment surgery. Also known as gender-affirming surgery. Nell says that Nico here's to a vacation to Thailand, lol. Huh. Mary says, would love to be able to get SRS. Nell says, cringe at the thought, glad that's behind you. Graham says, not sure what that does given how much I know about top and bottom surgery, so in my mind, where does that leave SRS? Mary says, yeah, that was the worst to come out of it all, thankfully. China Pearl says, yeah, I want to get SRS too. Unfortunately, money. Sai says, yes, in Thailand is much cheaper. Noah says, so how much am I looking at out of pocket for SRS? Asai says, and I hear from my Thai friends that's also high quality? Interesting. If you really want SRS, and if you already feel like a woman, you're already a woman. You are if you do or do not get SRS. Laura says, I mean, it's more that Thailand is very experienced with MTF surgeries, as it has been a large part of their culture for a long time. Accounting for travel costs and staying and whatnot, it's not super cheap. Dean Foxy says, I think you already are a woman. Transor says, you're accepted. Thank you, big sister Akira. Sortusoft says, for real, Akira, one of the best women I know. Illumina says, I'll be a watch-along of the Sonic 2 movie next week in Discord. Nice! Noel says, I always hoped I just woke up as a girl one day. Not do all this medical stuff. It's cool, but I think magic is way cooler than medical science. Transitional science is the best in the world! Asai says, also I hear from my Thai friend that Thailand is safer than us. Interesting. Welcome, Winter. Luminous says, I would imagine it is Asahi. Grim says, that's a Stroheim reference. It is. It was a reference. Come on, God. Let's see, Pricing says squeak. What number of squeaks we're on again? Noel says, you guys ever see the movie Kimi no Na wa Your Name? I wanted it to happen just like that. Let me see, what is that movie again? Oh, I've heard about this. They keep swapping back and forth. I love that. I loved it when I first heard about it, and I wanted it to be real for a brief second. Laura says, for trans women, Thailand can be dangerous alone, but I've only been once visiting my grandparents, so maybe I was just where I was. Asai says, oh, Nico-chan is cute. Lemina says, I haven't seen it, Noel. Winter says, Asahi, when is Nico not adorable? Akira says, 8? Laura says, body swap movie. Noel says, guy switches bodies with a girl, turns out he kinda likes it. Grim says, never heard of it. Ray says, Noel, I had not heard of it until now. I have watched Ranma 1/2 though. Noel says, it should have been me, not him. Akira says, I love Ranma 1/2. Olivia says, you've always been adorable. Sai says, Nico-chan is the best house of the Noel says, Mary, that movie destroyed my egg. I realized I was trans from it. Laura says, I love the scene where the girl tries to figure out what pronouns the guy uses to his friends. It's very funny. Grimmett says, it's not fair. Tiny says, I've heard that your name was very sad. Mary says, Noel, I can imagine. It sounds like you can. Kara says, cutest fox ever. Always been cutest fox, so... Laura says, your name wasn't sad, in my opinion. Asahi says, yep, Akira-san. Tiny says, Nico, you aren't Stella. You're adorable. Now stop denying it. Noel says, Tiny, not really. There's some sad scenes, but it's overall a pretty lighthearted romance movie. When I was a kid, I oftentimes, well, the second I realized that there's a difference between me and my blood siblings, I wanted to be a girl so badly. I would wish to any deity that would listen to turn me into one. Hence leading to my atheism. Mary says, Nico, what did I tell you about this? Laura says, she's so adorable, Tiny Portal. Tiny says, oh, well, that's nice. But yeah, I wished and wished and wished that I would just become a girl. Begged until I was in tears. And realized that there's no one listening, so I kind of just gave up for a while. And then I sort of came out to my first set of online friends who was like, Nico, are you trans? I was like, I guess in the traditional sense, but I don't really know. And then they called me a good girl. I liked it. I liked it better than being referred to as male. I hated being a guy so much. I'm glad I'm not a guy. Lumina says, did you try praying to the flying spaghetti monster? I prayed to anyone who would listen. Ah! Cutiefox Akira! Super Chat officially states Nico's most beautiful girl no matter what. We all love her. Thank you. Grim says, God left me all red, so I unsubscribed from his religion. Lumina says, I unsubbed as a kid. Well, yeah, it actually just took me a long time to get out of the mindset of being male. Because I found that was like one of the most painful aspects of it all, was just thinking, oh, I'm a boy, I will never change. And just realizing that I was different. I was not male to begin with. I mean, regardless of what I was born as, I was a woman, through and through, and no one could really take it away from me. It's funny how, looking back on like some turf readings, it's like they consider womanhood to be a finite title that only includes a very thin band of people. But really, it's just an umbrella term that refers to anyone who identifies as a woman, who, you know, identifies with that label, and who forges their own identity in spite of the world around them. Winter says, the first thing one of my online friends DM'd me was just the point blank asking if I was trans. Lore, the trans experience trademark. Winter says they just sniffed it out. Akira says, hugs Nico. You're welcome, it's true, you're a lovely one, I love you. Thank you. Mary says, the thing I don't like is that I occasionally have misandrous thoughts. I don't know where they come from, and I want them to go away. Noelle says, I kept it a secret for like 7 years. I told my friend I desperately wanted to be a woman. Asahi says, yep, love you so much, Nicole-chan. Thank you. Luminous says, yeah. Tiny Portal says, y'all are built different. I'm just built incorrectly. Just like completely wrong. Akira says, I mean, I was bullied as a kid because I was a tomboy. Still am, because I played with boy toys, dressed and cut my hair short, and could pass as one. Lore says, I figured out I was trans when I learned what a trans person was in middle school. I went, wait, that's an option? I want that. Let me do that. Noel says, I binge-watched your channel when I saw you were turning your listeners into girls' soul. Yeah, someone actually did ask under Witch Hat if it was purely an F for Ev experience. I basically said it's for everyone. They basically say, yeah, you can roleplay it as basically just a quote-unquote cis guy putting on the hat, and then them being gender-bent into a witch. You can absolutely read it that way. Grim says, wait, that was a class option the whole time? Noel says, like, dang, kinda wanna be a girl too. Tiny says, Lore, yep, absolutely the same thing. That and learning I like being called a good girl. Mary says, oh well, I was already a girl when I got here. Hey, Betty. Mary says that's how I read it when I was listening. Akira says some even asked to my face, "You think you're a guy or something?" I snap back, "Do you think I want a day to be like you if that were true?" She got so mad, but she backed off. Sai says, "Hi, Betty." Luminous Wing says, "Hi, Betty." It reminds me of an incident that I had in Team Fortress 2 once upon a time. I basically was using voice chat in the early stages of my vocal transition, and someone basically pointed at me and said, "There's a 0% chance that you'll ever be a woman." And I said, "And 100% chance you're gonna be a dick about it." I mean, thank goodness, I was on Red Team on that particular server on that particular day, and the rest of my team defended me. It was absolutely wonderful. I was like, "Look, man, she just wants to play a game. Leave her alone." And then they banned him. It's like they could not stand a jerk like that. Null says, "When you called me a good girl and told me I was a girl, I started learning to just accept I'm a woman now." Yep. You're a good girl. A very good girl. Tiny says, "I had a school test both Dead, Mamie, and Sarah didn't have gender at the same time, so it was a very confusing experience." Sai says, "I'm so sorry, I don't want you to get bullied." Null says, "I don't know why, but I needed someone to decide for me, so thanks, Nico." Yay! Akira says, "Alt response. The more of one than your hand will ever be, broski." Or says, "That's really sweet. I mean, not that it, not that it happened." But how they handled it. Graham says, "For 0% chance, you certainly beat the odds." Yeah, heck of a beating of the odds in that case. Winter says, "Akira, best response." Mary says, "Noelle, you're always a woman. You just realized it now." Sortosoft says, "Wait, you can have others choose for you?" Well, actually, no. It's basically something I made it's like, I said, would you prefer if someone made the choice for you? If it made you happier to be a girl, would you prefer if someone chose for you? And then Noelle basically said, yeah, so I basically just said, "Noelle, you're a woman. You're my good girl." Akira says, "I think Nico and I thought of a few more, including one. Honey, you're so far in the closet, you're next to the dress I bought you at Pride Fest last year." Mary says, "Noelle, I hear you. It takes time to fully absorb." Sortosoft says, "Ooh." Yeah, there's actually, a Tumblr user. I definitely recommend looking them up only if you are of age, but I believe they're called FemCorp. Their entire Tumblr page is basically just quote-unquote boys being turned into girls. And it's actually something that I wish I encountered when I was pre-transition, because there's none of this humiliating aspect to that sort of transformation like in a bunch of other media. It's basically just, oh yeah, we're just gonna turn you into a girl. Who's Tumblr? FemCorp. FEMCORP. I definitely recommend looking at that only if you're of age. Basically because it can get very not safe for work. You actually know them? Neat. It's actually one of the reasons I wrote Kisses and Makeup. You okay, Akira? Okay, so one more time, it is FEMCORP. FemCorp. Akira says the name. It just sounds like something out of an incel neckbeard fantasy rant. Well, it's nothing like that, actually. I'm glad that you decided to double check a little bit, because I can definitely see where you'd get that impression. But yeah, it definitely isn't all about that. It's mostly just sapphic leaning, and it can be incredibly soft in places. I remember one of the things on FemCorp's bio is basically just they created the blog because there wasn't really a supportive place for trans women looking into this sort of transformation themes. I mean, most of the transformation themes that are on the web are extremely pornographic, but they also contain themes of humiliation, which isn't what everyone wants, so that's what FemCorp does. Just, you know, a softer version of things, where you just become a girl and it's okay. Akira says, I've hung around those kinds of people who are jerks. Don't get why one wants to date them and thinks they can buy/donate a girlfriend, hence the oh. This is perhaps something that we're going to have like a bigger talk about at some point. Well, actually, no, let's hash this out now. Because let's just actually talk about neckbeards for a moment, and incels, and utter jerks for a second. Because that is definitely a big concern in a lot of these spaces. Because a lot of them have this idea in their heads that they are owed this form of companionship, that they are owed sex, that they are owed a bunch of this stuff. And yeah, it's a real freaking plague. Yeah, so sorry I went quiet there for just a brief second. I just had to come back to myself and actually just think about what I was gonna say next. So I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. Not coffee, tea. I've got tea here. I can see the tea bag. Angrily sips tea. Tea is very nice. But here's the thing, and it's actually something that we kind of noticed on Tumblr, or at least something that I've noticed on Tumblr a lot, is the fact that incels and quote-unquote alpha males and quote, you know, and, yeah, neckbeards, basically just all of these asshole guys don't know how kink works. They don't know how to write good stories, let alone compelling female characters. Actually, just reading a bunch about horror stories about neckbeards and incels actually makes me feel better about my own writing, because I know that for as bad as my writing can get at times, I won't be like that. Kira says, I had one who was around when I moved out. He came on to me. I let him know that I was not straight, nor did I know him to even form a relationship, let alone on my last day in the complex. Yeah. Or says, yeah, transformation in art is heavily associated with kink in a not super healthy way, as it can be someone's only access to the idea of being a girl. Then I think it's only a kink and not being trans. Exactly. Exactly. And the thing is that it's heavily associated not just with kink, but very specific kinds of kink, which is one of the reasons we try to break it out of those very specific boxes. We try to make it more widely accessible to people. Yes, like, you can be trans and enjoy this stuff. I mean, heck, you can have specific kinds of this stuff that you can enjoy. And I think one of the things that we really need to stop, like, demonizing is just kink in its entirety. Because if you're an adult, with another consenting individual, what you do in the bedroom is absolutely no one's business. Tiny says, did anyone find FemCorp? All that's coming up is a pharmacy? Lumina says, I think I found it. Mary says, no, I still need to brush up on that one. I haven't watched any video on it yet. Asai says, I find that. Akira says, he said, and I quote, even lesbians like, oh gods. Yeah. I curled up and died a little on the inside reading that. It's cringe. And that's like one of the few times I'll actually use that word legitimately. It is so cringe. Welcome back, Finanza. Asai says, at Tiny Portal, FemCorp-official. Grim says, people just into this shit. Deal with it. Akira says, yeah, it's something you were born both into. Asai says, I'm so sorry, Akira-san. You don't deserve that. Mary says, Akira, that's an out of touch. That is out of pocket. It's completely out of pocket. Noel says, this is an okay instance of using that word, Lamel. Mary says, statement. Welcome, Corbzilla. Hello. Laura says, every time a guy has asked for my number and I told him I'm gay, he asks if I'm sure. Like, no man, I'm just kind of guessing. I'll turn... Welcome, Kai. Akira says, sorry, Lil says, it's just one of the things I've had to deal with since coming out in my early 20s. They thought LGBT plus girl equals easy. Yeah, here's the thing. I hate that. I hate that. It's worse if you're bi. It's so much worse if you're bi, because if you are male presenting and you're bi, you are just considered gay. And if you are a woman who is bisexual, you are considered a slut, which is absolutely abhorrent. Welcome, Amy Wires. Now, what did I walk in on? You just walked in onto a particular segment of this stream where we call trauma regarding incel/neckbeards and stories about kink. Kai says, can you say goodnight to Kira? Good night, Kira. Laura says, yeah, he just started medically transitioning. Laura says, you can be trans and not have access to medical transitioning, and you are still just as much of a woman as anyone else. Exactly. Null says, so even before I started HRT a year ago, I've always been a woman? Akira says, raises my hand and bye. Heard that a lot too. Lumina says also, chaos! Grim says, the best segment. Winter says, I had someone open their DMs to me by saying, I'm not a creep, promise. That is the trademark of a creep. Yeah, I'm also going to close off this by saying that feminine beauty standards are absolute insanity. Can we just agree? Feminine beauty standards are absolute BS. Yeah, it's like, you have to look like the same cookie cutter white girl, or you're not considered quote-unquote beautiful. Okay, I'm going to drop all cute swearing. I'm just going to flat out say it. That is fucking stupid. It is so fucking stupid. Can't we just agree that feminine beauty standards are the bane of absolute existence, and anyone who tries to enforce this should be slapped 6 ways from Sunday? Yeah, it's like... Lore says, and we don't even get pockets. In the same sort of way, it's like we don't even get dental. Asai says, to be honest, here in Japan we have a very bad beauty standards, like girl must be able to wear kids clothes? What? Kai says, love your voice. Thank you so very much, Kai. I have worked a lot on it, but oh my gosh. Grin says, couldn't disagree harder with modern beauty standards in general. Amy Water says, throw them into the void. 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 Akira says, you should dress like this instead of that. It's not ladylike. Don't care. Pants are comfy. Oh yeah, Akira. Oh yeah. That is something that makes me sick. Exactly. Winter says the void yearns for sacrifice. Null says, I guess there's no use in fighting it anymore. 2 of my IDs say I'm a female despite how I feel anyways. Kai says, I need to sleep now. Night. Night, Kai. Finanza says, yeah, void time. Who will be throwing into the void? People who try to enforce feminine beauty standards. Lore says, Tiny, well, I want to wear cute sundresses, but I have access to like a tool belt because I do handiwork. Lore says, someone said I sounded like Cutiefox, and I'm still riding the high of that compliment. Yes, we were in VR chat together, me and Lore, and someone said that Lore sounded like me. I am glowing. Akira says, I've only worn a dress a handful of times as an adult, and that was only out of obligation and respect for those who I attended the event for. That was it. Noel says, am I gonna struggle when I arrive, by the way? How do trans women do over there, Asahi? Bracing says, I tried to find a way, but no success. Asahi says, I think Japan still has a hard time accepting the trans rights, but generally population is okay. Akira says, you can ask Nicole. I don't wear a skirt or dress once when I was there. Yep. I'm the one that dresses hyper femininely because I love dresses and skirts. Amy Wire says, wish I sounded like Cutiefox, like, damn! Really? Is my voice that good? Betty says, don't throw them in the void. Throw them in a time loop so they are conscious so they feel the definition of insanity. Bracing says, finding a way to get 2 achievements on Transformers Revenge of the Fallen Wii game, that is. Luminous says, me too. Forces love fashion. Nell says, if only I'll ever worn a dress once. I was cosplaying the War Devil on Halloween. Akira says, and she looks super adorable in them. It is. Laura says, oh yes, your voice is very good. Oh, thank you. Tiny Pearl says, go listen to Coach from Left 4 Dead 2 or Thomas Wake from The Lighthouse. Luminous says, your voice is that good. Laura says, I'm really, really honored someone said I sounded similar. Tiny says, that's you? You're the coach from Left 4 Dead 2? Noel says, I still sound like a man. You should be proud. Ah, okay. Okay. It took years for me to train my voice. And I know that everyone here can definitely train their voice to sound the best possible version of themselves that they can. And heck, even if you don't train, if you're okay with how you sound now, well done. Laura says, I was so excited I was meeting Coach for a second. Tiny says, I sound like a mix of those two. Geez, I wish I sounded more like Nico. Akira says, and she's come a long way. When she showed me her 1408 reading, I went, no way in heck is that her. Amy Wire says, my voice could be sillier. Pennywire says, I just tried to download Minecraft Java, and I forgot to download Java before. I feel dumb. It's all good. Lore says Java is dumb coming from a programmer. Luminous Wing says, I'll probably get the Bedrock edition so I can play with friends in one of the Discord servers I'm in. Akira says, literally the only thing that tipped me off it was her laugh at the end. Only similarity. The seductive yet calming chuckle. Yeah, and even the chuckle sounds a little bit different. But yeah, it's something about my current chuckle is something that I'm still working on. But it sounds the closest to my dead voice than I sound otherwise. Lore says, Game Grimoire, you can change how scratchy your voice is with time. Takes effort, but it's doable. Akira says, yeah, mine blew up into 1 billion pieces. Yeah. Akira definitely thought that I was screwing with her. Asahi says, anyway, if you could be any anime characters, who would you want to be? You can go back and forth if you want to. Amiwara says Jolene Kujo. Yeah. Any anime character that I want to be. Let me think for a second. Thinking. There are definitely several choices. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry I just went so quiet because there are a bunch. There are a bunch. I can't remember any names. And spoiler alert, all of them are girls too, so yeah. Asuna definitely is a character I would definitely want to be. Thinking, whom else? Yeah, Cynthia's also a good choice. Hmm. Mama Oka Usuki. Yeah. Mamako. Yeah, Lisa Lisa is a good answer. Mary says, I have two transformation story ideas. One in which a human becomes an Anthrodragonus, and the other in which a human becomes a variant of a Renamon. Lore says, from the Mommy Sakai? Pardon my ignorance. Yeah, from that. Mamako Uzuki. What's a Renamon? Renamon is a Digimon. Luminous Wing says, I'm trying to watch more anime when I can. Ashiv says, hello, I'm back. I'll play with better connection. Nice. Mary says, Renamon is a fox Digimon. She modeled after the kitsune in Japanese myths. Her name is also derived from the French word for fox, la renard. Therefore, Renamon. But yeah, I definitely would like to be Momoko Usuki. I don't know why I'm focused on that. I just like saying that name. Well, I'm almost done with my tea. Ah. Hey, little songbird, give me a song. I'm a busy gal and I can't stay long. I've got clients to call, I got orders to fill. I got walls to build, I've got riots to quell, and they're giving me hell back in Hades. Hey, little songbird, cat got your tongue. Always a pity for one so pretty and young. When poverty comes to clip your wings and knock the wind right out of your lungs, say nobody sings on empty. Strange is the call of this stranger. I wanna fly down and feed at her hand. I want a nice soft place to land. I wanna lie down forever. Hey, little songbird, you got something fine. You shine like a diamond down in the mine, and the choice is yours if you're willing to choose. Seeing as you've got nothing to lose, and I could use a canary. Suddenly nothing is as it was. Where are you now, Orpheus? Wasn't it gonna be the two of us? Weren't we birds of a feather? Hey, little songbird, let me guess. Some kind of poet and he's penniless. Give him your hand, he'll give you his hand to mouth. He'll write you a poem when the power's out. Hey, why not fly south for the winter? Hey, little songbird, look all around you, see how the vultures and vipers surround you. They'll take you down, they'll pick you clean. If you stick around such a desperate scene, see, people get mean when the chips are down. And yes, that song is legitimately just Hades convincing, gosh, what's her name again? Eurydice. No, it's Eurydice. Because Orpheus was her quote-unquote former partner before Hades stole her away. Thank you so very much, Swords of Soft. So tell me, little songbird, won't you give me a song? Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. Grimoire says Songbird is such a good nickname. It's actually a nickname of another creator on YouTube. Tales from Lycaon, I believe they were once called. It's been such a long time since we've spoken. Lore says, sorry, I spilled water on my laptop, so I'll have to deal with that. Might be back. Ashif says, I'd like to point out Hades and Persephone have one of the most functional relationships in Greek mythology, which says a lot about that pantheon. Lemina says, be back in a bit, having dinner. See you soon. Huh? Exactly. Eshif says Hades is the guy who just quietly does his job and doesn't cause problems as long as you don't F with him. He's pretty chill. Why do you think Sisyphus rolls that boulder? Because in his brilliance, Sisyphus basically just decided to seal Hades away so that no one could actually die. So Hades took that as a major insult, as I would, and so keeps his brain busy by trying to get him to roll that boulder up the hill. Humans usually came to Hades, and Hades would listen, dude. It's not personal. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. I do not control the die. Game says, dude tries to make everyone immortal, instantly regrets it. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Hmm. It got really, really quiet. I apologize. Ashif says sometimes it's Sanatosi seals in a box, but either way, don't F with the cycle of life and death. Tiny says, if you haven't heard the Sisyphus song from Game Changer, then I highly recommend you go do that. Akira says, Hades facepalms, look, mortal, I do not want the quarrel with you. Your love's thread was cut, and now Kara and Rose are across the river. You'll be reunited peacefully in due time. Now go. Graham says, people seeking immortality must be humorous to him. I mean, it's humorous to a la carte as well. Akira says it's funny, in old myths, the supposed heroes are more bungholish than the supposed bad guys. Tiny says, also to quote my English teacher talking about Tiresias, ew, sex. Akira says not always, but often enough to see a pattern. Asai says it's okay. Mary says no thoughts, just floof. Embrace the floof. Asai says just wish you were okay. I'm okay, just very, very floofy-headed. Thanks, I hate it. I'm having to jump through hoops on this end. I hate using Twitter. Or I guess, is it called X now? It's called X. Thank you, Sorchasoft. Akira says, kind of why I would grin and when I come across the gods in God of War and the later champions with Atreus growing up, introducing the Norse gods. Asai says, looks, Nico-chan. Nico-chan is the best and cutest, thank you. Mary says, you're being extra cute right now. Fun. Asai says, Mary, Mary says, I refuse to use that site. I kinda have to, it's for business. Grim says, Twitter is still Twitter in my heart. Asai says, yeah, X apps is not good. Oi, Finanza? This is a very sort of slippery slope. It's the same sort of arguments that people have used to justify dead-naming trans people who have done things that are detrimental to the community as a whole. We don't dead-name anyone. So we should probably pay the site some respect. Akira says it's a cesspool, but it's how I sometimes connect with old VA friends. Mary says, Asahi, you're such a good girl. Akira says, besides, Twitter isn't his idea. He bought it like the other companies he supposedly runs. Exactly. And I don't care how much it blooming well asks me, I am not paying for premium. But yeah, I had to use the site in order to get the ball rolling on a big project that I'm working on. Something that I hope to share in the upcoming weeks with you. It's probably going to be months when it's finally finished, if it gets rolling. Yeah. Elon Musk is... dingbat. Mary says, Akira, no one should have so much they can buy a business just because their feelings got hurt. Right, Asahi? You are a good girl. Akira says, I feel so dirty for the poor souls who busted their butts to hold it up for so long. They didn't deserve what happened, what he did to them. Fernandez says, yeah, that's fair. Akira says, rich doofus. Yeah. And the only reason why I have to use it is for business. Because, again, big project in the works, I kinda have to. Ashiv says, honestly, I think the world would be better without Twitter. Akira says, new saga? I am playing my cards very close to my chest regarding that. Tiny says, Elon sucks. I think we can all agree on this, yes? Yep. He is a thin-skinned fool. Akira says, I mean, social media is a beast that can't be tamed. People are gonna be, people are gonna people, but to do all that and undo all that hard work just because you bought it, nah, fam. That's all good, Akira. Yeah. I look forward to all this so very much. It's like, well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make any sense. Tiny says, I read Tamed and my mind immediately went to one shot. I think I'm going insane. Akira says, as Leonardo DiCaprio said in one of his more iconic roles, you had my interest, now you have my attention. I don't like Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't care for the man. And getting back to the word tamed. Aww. It's all good, Akira. You've done absolutely nothing wrong. I really enjoy writing these scripts, and I'm really glad that I'm releasing good videos. Akira says, just wanted to be kind of nerdy and show how stoked I was getting. As a line, a lot of my college plays, and I usually got more interested in something. Mary says, I will boop. Boop. Absolutely adorable. Aww. A tiny little squirrel. This woman always fed a squirrel, and that squirrel returned the favor by leaving a cookie out for her. Okay, that's one of the only reason. That's the only upside for me using that site today, other than the fact that I have to use it for work. Poke. Boop. No says go. Breakfast has been eaten. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, welcome, Justine. Thank you so very much. Buddy Source, is there a link to your Discord server? Just go to the About section of my YouTube channel and it should be linked down below. Mary says, I can already do a pretty good femme voice, I just have trouble keeping it up right now. Tiny Portal says, yes, channel description. Join us. No escape. Grim says, how do I download a femme voice? I don't know. I really don't know. Justine says, you're so creative, my cousins speak English. You know? The care says, join us in adoring the Cutiefox. Winter says, okay, first go to settings. Mary says, that would be a helpful trick. Fidenza says, transition.exe. Use the executable file. Akira says hard work and tea. Lots of tea. Tiny says, join us in the comfy coven. We worship the floof goddess. Justine says, love your avatar. Thank you so very much. Mary says, at Finanza, where do I find that file again? Lost track of it. Tiny says, isaboy.exe has stopped working. Oh, do you mean this? Isaboy.exe? Oh, don't worry, the file has just been corrupted. I have turned it into fem.exe. Plug. Justine says, do you have a favorite song? Not really. I just listen to a bunch of songs that I like. Akira says, oh, ever listen to Radio Guy in Just Cause 3? Mr. Tennant. Mary says the shy fox demands snuggles. Justine says, can you please more series of yanderes? Oh, don't worry. More are planned. More are indeed planned. The game says, once all is said and done, my indoctrinatees will gather and combine into the best group hug ever conceived by womankind. Mary says, wait, I see it now. It has started downloading. Akira says, Viva la General, if there is a general. Justine says, what is your idea to make ASMR? I'm too curious. I'm not sure if I completely understand the question, but I think it's actually due to one of my friends that I primarily got started with it, as well as just a general interest of mine. Mary says, Akira, for some reason, a lame joke about having a rear admiral came to mind. Oh, a rear admiral. Akira says, it's just so funny to see him go from scared to crazy, enraged to deliciously happy. Yeah, David Tennant from a bunch of stuff. Justine says, what's your favorite personality? Yandere, Satadere, Tsundere? Well, if you just take a look at what I've written and produced on the channel, I think you can most definitely find the answer to your question. Mary says, oh, she is laughing menacingly again. Nell says, this is New Vegas worth playing. I haven't had my canon event yet. It's mostly just a joke. New Vegas is something that you play if you want to play it. Kira says, heard for the first time in the game, I went, those evil SOBs kidnapped Doctor Who! Justine says, do you like anime shoujo or other? There are certain kinds of anime I do like. In the wise words of Samuel L. Jackson, yes I do, hentai too. Winter says, Noel, my canon event was the line in Warframe that goes, dream not of what you are, but of what you want to be. Mary says, Nico, wake up, Loofhead. Tiny says, my canon event was discovering r/IRL and being called a good girl for the first time. Noel says, Winter, that's a bar. Kara says, and now I'm just picturing the Doctor just losing it after being forced to do all those announcements. Kara says, Viva me the... no, Viva me! If there even is a general. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin. Break the chains and discover who you are meant to be. Justine says, do you have, other hobbies? I like to play video games, and I also like to tease people. Akira says, if Nico ever voiced in a video game, getting the deluxe version day one. Mary says, so 1471X listener when? 1471? Oh, you talk about SCP-1471. Well, SCP-1471. Here, let me read the entry for it. Do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. Description: SCP-1471 is a free 9.8 megabyte application for mobile devices named Mellow version 1.0.0 in online application stores. SCP-1471 has no listed developer and is somehow able to bypass the application approval process to go directly to distribution. SCP-1471 is also able to avoid removal by other program manager applications. After SCP-1471 is installed, no icons or shortcuts are created for the application. SCP-1471 will then begin to send the individual images through text messaging every 3 to 6 hours. All images will contain SCP-1471-A, either within the background or foreground. SCP-1471-A appears as a large humanoid figure with a canid-like skull and black hair. During the first 24 hours following the installation of SCP-1471, the mobile device will receive images taken at locations commonly frequented by the individual. After 48 hours, the mobile device will receive images taken at locations that were recently visited by the individual. After 72 hours, the mobile device will receive images of the individual in real time, with SCP-1471-A appearing within close proximity to the subject. Individuals with more than 90 hours of exposure to these continuous images will begin to briefly visualize SCP-1471-A within their peripheral vision, reflective surfaces, or a combination of the two. Continued exposure to SCP-1471 after this point will cause irreversible and sustained visualizations of SCP-1471-A. Individuals at this stage have reported periodic attempts made by SCP-1471-A to visually communicate with them, but failed to understand or comprehend these actions. Currently, the only known treatment to reverse SCP-1471's effects is to eliminate the individual's visual exposure to these images prior to 90 hours after installation. To date, no apparent hostile activity has been reported regarding SCP-1471-A. Finanza, oh yeah, the stalker furry bait? Well, it freaking worked, okay? It freaking worked. That bit that I did in a stream a while back was really good. I kind of enjoy the idea of doing 1471. Goodbye, Justine. Tiny says Mila basically acts like a big puppy in a lot of stories. Mary says Tiny is also one of the few SCPs that isn't overly harmful to people. Al says lol, told you that one is scary. Finanza says I'm not judging, it worked on me too. Okay, so I think that I should thank our patrons and our sponsors, as well as our affiliates down in the description down below. If you wish to be read in a Patreon list at the end of these streams, please click the link down in the description down below to visit my Patreon and become a paid member. If you also wish to drop $1 in my Ko-Fi, that is absolutely encouraged, so long as you're financially stable and able to do so. And so inclined, obviously. And if you're in need of new computer peripherals, if you use the affiliate link down in the description down below, you not only help out myself and the channel, but you also get a bit of a discount, I believe. Anyways, a big thanks to CM Fireflies, TG Lex, Some Guy, Annie Culligan, Phantasm 2814, Kestrel, Ghost 48, Joanna, Indigo, Swords of Soft, David Kiefalili, Fenrir, Kai, G Norcross, Skyriz, Cheesy Serenity, Denny Bobani, Banana Busboat, Amy DC, John Prendergast, TGS TGA, Beatrice Violet, Rochelle B. the Partly Normal Limited, Liliana Sakhovia, First Last, Volk Friend for Us Brooke HD, Lantern Warrior, Rose, White Wolf Tengu, It's Dylan, Breezy K. Bongwater, Eaton, Mick Shepherd, Soleil Lumiere, Artemis Lake, Captain Aardvark 986, Epic Sands 347, Chip 144, Archdemon Chrissy, Noah Collins, Zoe Valkyrie, Zendrika, L. Brown, Wadman 2003, Vradia, the Lombacks, Archibald, Bluegoo, Alice, Kolek92, Nova the Artist, Sugna 6, Bob True, Prophecy Fulfilled, Tara Bell, DFA Plays, Robot Waifu, Bloodmoth, and Chris O'Rourke. Thank you so very much for all of your help, for your contributions to my Patreon, to my livelihood. It really does mean a lot to me. Phew. My jaw's beginning to hurt an awful lot. I'm gonna have to give it a rest after a bit. But anyways, thank you so very much for watching. And please, stay safe out there. Bye-bye.